Welcome, welcome to the Will-O-Wisp Woods. You can tell I haven't done this in a little while. So, this session, we're going to start off with something that was actually brought up as an idea by one of our players. Nyla had brought up the idea of a secret Santa, and this group happens to be the reason that the Will-O-Wisp Woods is where it is now. This is the starting group of the Will-O-Wisp Woods and the first of, I hope to be many, groups for the Will-O-Wisp Woods. And Nyla had mentioned this idea, and thanks to Clementine's taking the stress and kind of taking over in setting it all up and helping everybody, we managed to get gifts to each other. Some not so secretly, but the whole point of this was the idea that because of this group, I'm able to help get the Will-O-Wisp Woods out there, and this group alone has grown this channel to where it is now. So, not only do I want to thank you all for watching and joining in and following and just allowing us to do this, I wanted to thank them for setting this up and, well, starting the Will-O-Wisp Woods off right. So, we went ahead and rolled initiative on who's opening their gifts first. And we're going to go on ahead and start off with Clementine. Clementine, you can open your gift and show the stream what it is that everybody got you as we start off our Secret Santa exchange.
Okay, so I got a little small package. And it's actually from the North American Vikings company, which I love their work. So I'm already super excited. A leather bag.
Ooh.
New dice bag.
Is there dice inside?
That would be awesome, but they don't do dice. They're usually like jewelry.
Mm.
Ooh! It's a hairpin.
Oh.
Well, hair stick, technically.
Red eye.
Same thing.
Yes. Yeah, pretty much. No, can you come out? There we go. Yep. It's a hairpin.
That's cool.
That's awesome.
That looks like
Thank
it belongs on one of
you.
your cosplays.
It reminds me of something like Chinese or Japanese with the little.
I was thinking more Celtic, yeah. But I
Yeah,
can see what you mean about like the lotus, maybe.
It's very pretty either way.
It is. Thank you.
Next on the block is me, unless there's more to that. Is there any little baubles? No? Okay. Well, let's see. Mine is a box, and I have a box inside the box. So, let's see what this box contains. Perhaps it's a smaller box. Got a lot of wrapping in it. And then more. It's not a box, but it is more little wrapping.
That's enough.
Oh, and it's wrapped up some more. Then it's got bubble wrap.
It's the never-ending cycle.
Oh, see, now that's not okay. That's, oh. See, this is literally going right here on my desk. This is the coolest little thing. Okay, so for any of you who don't know, on my TikTok I've explained it a few times as well, but on here I've said it. Owlbears are my favorite creature in D&D. Like, my favorite. By far. I love their lore. I love how they work. I love everything about them. I love their attitude. All of it. And don't get me wrong. I love D&D, but I've always played it online, so I've never had miniatures. One of my players, a one Jamesy boy, has sent me an owlbear miniature painted in my favorite colors, by the way, with that maroon and black.
So awesome.
That's so cool.
And it's got its own little stand too. That's Oh, I love that. This is going on my desk. This is literally sitting right here.
I will say I'm kind of it was better. This ruined it.
What do you mean?
It's
Oh,
a
the
clear coat. It's for saving.
I've used
Dude.
that
Now
stuff
it's
before.
got I've
Same thing.
put in about it's got I believe 20 man hours of painting and coating. About 32 different paints.
Oh,
And it's if you were to commission it from me, I would charge about $200.
see, you say ruined it. I say it's fucking gorgeous. And I've never had a miniature, and I don't have that kind of patience. So that by itself is amazing. I love this. Oh my god. I love it. It's so pretty. That's staying on my desk. This is literally sitting right here. That is not moving. That is staying right there, and I am dusting it and keeping it clean all the time. Oh,
So,
man.
It's got enough clear coat so you can actually touch it without removing the paint.
Oh my god. Ah! I love it.
I'll send a picture of it to the actual Discord.
Ow.
You can thank Bjorn for getting your favorite colors.
That's fucking amazing. You can't see me because I'm like lower than where my camera is, but I'm sitting here just staring at it while it's on my desk. And on top of it, we actually, Clementine, the one that set it up, also was nice enough to send out cards for everybody. I'm not going to read them out loud. Each of them has something different. It's a different message, personalized to each of us, I assume. But she was wonderful enough to get us little cards for everybody, and I wanted to show that off as well. So thank you for doing that. That's very kind. And it's very sweet. I'm keeping that. I'm very much keeping that in my little collection of cards. That's going in my collection. Kiv, you're up next after that. Oh, I gotta sit here and decompress for a moment. All of that.
Big package.
Big Beggy.
I need package.
A small package.
Big, small.
It's not bigger on the inside. It's smaller on the inside.
It's just
think
magic.
They're dice.
Hmm?
I think they're dice.
Ooh.
I cannot see because I am blind. Oh, they're so cute! They're dice with tiny mushrooms in them.
Oh,
Oh,
that's cool.
That's awesome.
yeah. I don't know if you can see. See the tiny
There.
Oh
mushroom?
my god.
Oh, that's cool.
That's amazing.
Oh my
Resin dice are
gosh!
so fun.
That is so adorable. Oh my gosh. Ah. And then there is one more thing. It's a box! That's my favorite thing ever.
Big box.
No
Tiny
tape.
box.
No tape. Ooh. It is a mug.
It's a
Inside
mug.
bubble wrap.
Ooh,
And it's +5 to sarcasm. It's perfect!
Oh, that's amazing. Oh,
Thank you.
oh.
This is my new D&D mug. Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
Oh, I love it so much. Ah, thank you. Thank you, Santa.
That's wonderful.
And I got a nat 20 on the first roll of the dice.
Hey. Snitch it is.
Oh man.
Ooh.
Before the next one, I just want to say welcome to the chat. Hello, hello. If you are just joining us, we are opening Secret Santa gifts. Nyla's up next, and so far we've already shown that these are amazing, and I absolutely love this. This is so much fun already. So we're finishing this up before we do the actual D&D session, but already this is so worth it. So Nyla, you're up next. Oh.
I have a bag inside of a box.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's new. First it was a box in a box, then a bag in a bag.
See if I can get this bow. Pretty color though. Okay. It's a dice box. I love it. Although now I'm a little bit torn because I'm keeping my dice in this Harry Potter mug, which is awesome, but now I have an actual place with the lid and everything.
That's awesome.
I love it.
Strixhaven campaign, maybe.
Man.
Well, I can use the mug for all of my extras, and then when I do my
That's fair.
find which dice I'm gonna use.
Oh
That's
man. Glad you like it. And if that's, is there any baubles that go with it? No?
There is there's just a little note. It says Merry Christmas. Thank you, Will.
Well, with that, it's James' turn. Let's see what James got. What did our little chaos dwarf get?
Oh, ski stuff! Aha! Ski tote. Interesting.
It's supposed to carry your skis on your back like a backpack. So then you can be hands-free without holding your skis. If only. Open them.
Of course Of course, I don't have nails.
I gotta keep them closed. Sorry.
No worries.
Remember, cut away from self.
Brain, big brain.
Is my camera focusing in on my mic?
It looks like it.
So.
It won't focus. Sorry, James.
Charlie, she sees.
Sorry.
It's fine. I'll get it.
If you want, well, don't do that because then you might break the thing. I was gonna say you can bust it open, but it'll break the thing.
I'm like, I've been thinking about that. I'm like, do I just?
I know.
Ooh, we got your dice set up.
There it goes.
I'll be here all stream.
You got
I was
this.
kidding.
Don't worry, James. I got autofocus to work.
Yeah, I see that. It's Will again. Not
Yes.
a. Oof.
You
And at
know,
last I see the light.
Dwindle's
cousin of
greatest
mine
enemy.
once gave me a box, and to open the box, you got a little tiny bit of set of tools. This reminds me of this. Because it took about 20 minutes to get it open, because inside of it was just pure duct tape.
I promise that's not inside.
James's greatest nemesis. Tape.
Tape. You have no idea. You have no idea.
Well, if I knew that, I would have not done it. That is my bad.
Don't worry, he'll figure it out. Maybe.
That is a statement. Maybe is a maybe.
He doesn't have to jump from a wall for this one.
That's true.
Ugh.
Oh, you got
There
one.
it goes.
You got
I got
one.
one.
You got one.
He got the Kinder Egg open.
What's this? Oh.
It's bubble wrap inside of a bag, inside of an ornament. It's a little bubble.
Oh, ooh. Bubble wrap. So that was a base. The miniature. I love minis. I'm painted too, which is even better, because then I get to paint it myself. Ah, yes! Be afraid, Lance! It's an elephant! I will use this against you someday.
Someday.
Oh, I love Illithids, and I have the perfect color scheme for him. Thank you. There's another one though.
There's another one. Our battle will be legendary. Oh boy.
Woo!
There it goes.
Mm,
He was
You
worried
tried to
about
be
breaking
gentle.
whatever was inside the first time.
I felt confident the awesome amount of bubble wrap around it. I'm like, oh, I can do it.
Yes. I made sure they were safe.
There, I got 2 illithids. Oh, yes. And you actually got the space pirate one from the Astral Sea, like the Astral Sea illithid. That's amazing. Full focus.
Ooh.
That's just
Hey, it's Davy Jones.
yes. That's where they got it from. Ooh, I got illithids, and illithids are actually, believe it or not, they're really hard to shop for, like official.
Oh yeah.
So that's just, I love it. He's carrying 4 pistols on his side. So I'm in a beautiful cutlass or scimitar. This is just
Scimitar.
lovely.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I might just paint. I might just do like let's do a paint session, Lance. You buy a miniature.
Sit there
It'll
and
be free-
attempt to sit still for 15 minutes. That's a stream in itself.
Might wish, but yeah, sure.
Oh man.
Oh, 2 illithids. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, I remembered you said that they were your favorites, so you
Mm,
went it down.
lovely. Vibrant purple you shall be. Those are just lovely. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna keep those right next to my side. I might start painting them after the stream, honestly.
The funny thing is they offered to paint them too, and I'm like, no, he does his own paint. Thank you.
I mean, there's some people who do a good job, but this the majority of times it really depends on where you get it from. They're just some of them are just
Fair enough.
yeah, no, that's awesome.
What you need?
Glad you like it. I was concerned.
My sister's here.
It's miniatures. I'm happy with whatever.
I'm gonna take that off the microphone.
Miniature box. Well, I don't know how to put that together though, so you have fun with that.
Got it.
Well, she's here, so
It's actually really nice. Actually, no, that's got it. Thanks. No, I already know. So pretty much you just do this for there, your skis. Which you can also do a board then as well, and then you just put it over your shoulder like a strap. Yeah, that's great. I do a lot of hiking, so that's helpful.
Well, it's also for like if you want to put it on both shoulders, so you can carry like a backpack. So it's not just because I figured skis are heavy. So
Depends on the ski. Depends on the ski.
They're the least awkward to carry around.
There we go. We have lost Lance.
I feel like we should just have our characters like start a bar fight or something in his absence and just have him come back to chaos.
Well, three of you are in the bar, which makes sense for 3 of you.
Did we go back there?
So yeah, you guys were on your way back to the tavern,
All right.
and then Will is up in the tavern, and then I'm all the way on the other side of the city, shoveling snow.
okay.
Sounds like a good job.
Finish bar shopping.
I want to punch the biggest and tallest and buffest guy and see where it goes.
That's me.
Careful, the tiefling might be offended.
That's him.
You're not the tallest.
That's true.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. My sister, she's not blood, but she's basically like my little sister. She's home from college, so She wanted to say hi, so figured I'd stop and give her a hug and say hi.
Oh, this is even better. Lance. It's an Ilfid. Let's look. You want to see which company it came from? A creature I should never run because I always kill at least one of my players with it.
At least.
Thought that was an interesting name for a company.
No, these mind flayers are easily something that can TPK. Easily.
They're very fun. But I hope that everybody enjoys their Secret Santa gifts, and I hope that you all got something that you wanted or enjoy. And maybe we can do this again. Maybe. But
In 360 odd days, yeah. Or 350, roughly.
my.
Oh no.
There we go. Anyway. But yeah. I hope we can do this again at some point. But for now. For right now, I'd say we can start the session.
That's awesome.
The first session of the Journey of Grandiasha in the past 2 weeks due to breaks. So, last we had left off in our wonderful Journey of Grandiasha, we had an interesting encounter for Nyla. We had an interesting encounter for Odiel. We had an interesting search for information for May. And Dwindle was drinking and listening in, mostly in his room now. But, nonetheless, Odiel had finished shoveling after time had passed. Nyla had found more out about the noble families around, or at least their history, of Crestia. And the group now has more information to work off all around. Odiel has found a few new acquaintances, at the very least. Nyla has found herself a rather interesting bookstore. Dwindle has found himself barricaded in his room. And May has, well, she's simply enjoyed the city a bit and is now, if I'm not mistaken, you're making your way back to the tavern?
I believe so.
Yeah, I think both of us were
Okay.
Yeah, me and Nana were.
Okay.
about
So-
to finish at the tavern.
So, Nyla and May have been making their way back. Odiel, what are you doing?
When we left the last session, I was still shoveling. You said I wasn't done.
Well. We'll start off like this. Time has passed, and Nyla and May have made their way back to the tavern. Dwindle, saying that his group was here with him. The tiefling seems to have at least told the servers that you all are together, as Nyla and May are informed of Dwindle hiding in his room, as well as your rooms being paid for and upstairs. The shoveling is after the amount of time necessary, it's probably going to take, with Rovan helping and genuinely helping after an after an explanation of what he should be doing rather than what he is doing, it's probably not going to take more than an hour to 2 hours. And walking from the market district to the tavern that you all had decided to stay in is not going to take long at all. So there's some free time before Odile gets done between Nyla, May, and Dwindle. What would you all like to do for the next hour and a half? As May and Nyla return to a tavern that is still bustling with activity, and a dancing tiefling who happens to be playing once again. Dancing around the room, mostly the center bonfire keeping the entire room warm, as his shadow dances along the floor with him. People singing
Now I'll grab a
along,
drink.
so...
Now is gonna grab a drink and then continue reading in the corner of the tavern.
Okay.
I'm going to get a drink and sit next to Nyla.
Okay.
What you reading there?
Same book as earlier.
Yeah, it looks quite different.
Dwarf asleep upstairs.
Okay. So, Dwindle's asleep. May, Nyla. Nyla's reading. May, you are sitting with her and chatting.
Plotting.
Okay. So, you all are simply enjoying yourselves. So, let's see. D100. I need my... There's the 10. Where's the D100? Oh, there it is. Haha.
It's like, no, new ruling. I dropped it.
Great sword of the year.
Oh, wow. Right? Well. So. So, let's see here. Ah, that is not what I wanted to do. Why is that happening? There we go. I am professional. Back to normal size, please. Well, that's interesting. So. Very professional. Very know what doing.
No.
Uh-huh. Definitely didn't just mess anything up.
Nope. I saw nothing. Everyone saw nothing.
Exactly. So, I get to do this. Yay. I get to fix shit. Because I fucked it up. But, nonetheless, Anyway, so I rolled the D100. See what happens. I will get this fixed while this is happening. But as you all are enjoying yourselves, as you all are enjoying yourselves, oop, there is a person staying in the woods. But nonetheless, back to what I was doing. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. This is fun. Love that. I love that I move one thing and everything moves. Wonderful. Now I get to fix it all again. Shit. Nonetheless, so mad. As you can clearly tell from my very focused face.
This is fine.
This is perfectly fine. I so know exactly what I'm doing at all times. Ah, boy. So, no, that's bleeding out. Haha. Perfect. As I was saying, we have the group almost all together, and it is very much D100 rolled to figure out what was happening, and because of what was happening, it is all happening. I know exactly what I'm doing. Definitely. 100%. That's too far. Why is that moving like that? Ah! Haha. Okay. So, while I'm fixing this last one, I will get to the fun stuff. I rolled the D100 to see what was going on. And what is going on is very fun. Shit. Okay. Awesome. There we go. Now it's fixed. And it actually looks okay. Wonderful. Oh. I think I forgot Dwindle. How could I forget Dwindle? How dare I?
No.
Blue audacity.
The audacity to forget Dwindle.
Mm.
How could I?
Yeah. Oh, could you?
Come on. There we go. Okay, now I've fixed it. Now it looks normal. There we go. Perfect. It wouldn't be one of our streams if I didn't fuck up once.
Be right back.
Keeping it real.
So, now that everything's back to normal.
Is it?
No. No, it is. Thankfully. But, nonetheless. As the group, well, as Nyla, May, and Dwindle are sitting in the tavern, the sound of hooves is heard outside as a carriage goes by. But it's not just a set of 2 hooves or less, it's 4 sets. And then it's followed by another, what sound to be another 2 or 4 horses. Looking through the window, May and Nyla can see what seems to be a rather decorated carriage with the windows curtained from the inside, as the carriage seems to be going towards the market district where the 2 had just come from. However, behind it are 4 guards that seem to be of not the city, but a personal guard, it almost looks like, as the armor does not match what you all have seen the guards wearing. But it does match the same color pattern as the carriage.
So an escort.
Yeah. But, nonetheless, it seems that it is riding into the market district. A few of the patrons inside do turn their head, look, and see as well. But it doesn't seem like any are keen on getting in the way, basically. It doesn't seem like they care one way or another, but it also doesn't seem like they're outwardly going and searching out this carriage. A few do murmur, and you can hear a few whispers between people sitting in the bar, but it's mostly drowned out by the playing of the music as the tiefling dances around still. So,
Is this one of the families we were looking for?
I think so. Who else would have a carriage as grand as that?
No kidding.
Should they follow it?
Why not?
We're gonna follow it. Okay, that sounds awesome.
Is Dwindle down there with us, or is he asleep?
No, he's upstairs asleep.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Should we get Dwindle?
I don't want the chance of losing the carriage.
True. I can always follow it at a distance, and then you can go get Dwindle. Meet up with you. You can meet up with me.
Okay, I'll go grab him if you wanna continue on. I'll search for you. And I'm gonna go upstairs and to the room and wake up Dwindle.
all right.
Somehow, I'm gonna bring a mug up with me. And my drink that I have not touched, I'm sure.
Okay.
And I'm going to wake Dwindle up by pouring it on him.
Door is locked.
Door's locked. I'll pound on the door. Come on, you see your land urchin. Up and Adams! Up and Adams!
Only 2 hours. Comes in there. What do you want?
Gonna splash it in his face. Come on, buddy. Bath time. I'm joking. We're going to go find Nyla, and we think we found the carriage of one of these families, and we're gonna follow them. Did you want to join? You should join. I already woke you up.
Also wasted some good mead. Or piss. Depends on how you like to call it.
Well, I'm sure you don't smell very great anyway, so that'll wash away the scent.
Scent's gone. Wizard got rid of it.
Oh, well, now you smell like something else. Let's go.
Closes the door. A minute later, walks out full armor. Takes a minute to doff or don armor.
Mm-hmm. I can imagine it takes a little bit.
That's any armor.
I should have been a bard.
Follows after.
All right. So, while May is waking up Dwindle, Nyla, are you following obviously, or are you just kind of following along, trying to be stealthy, or are you just following along?
A little stealthy. I don't necessarily want to encounter them.
Okay. I will say go on ahead and roll a stealth check for me.
First real roll of the year.
Yeah. 15 plus 4, so 19.
So 19.
Yes.
Very nice. Three and 4. Ah! Get rid of that. Damn it! Just dropping everything.
Don't drop the mini. Please don't.
Well, and that's 19 total, correct? Okay. Well, you notice roll a perception check.
Good.
Nat 1 plus 4. So 5 total.
Yes.
Okay. Well, you notice that one of the guard do go up to the side of the carriage, though it looks to you as if they're just going alongside it now. He then backs up and returns to his position. You follow them for probably not long, as May and Dwindle probably don't take long to get up and going. But it is a bit interesting trying to keep up with the carriage, simply because of the fact that it is a horse-drawn carriage with wheels, and you are on 2 legs, so you're very much jogging along trying to keep up without being caught. And as you do, you notice the guards themselves are staying close to the carriage. They don't seem to deviate too much from their path. and they don't seem to deviate much from their organization, their formation. There it is. However, it then seems to stop in front of a market district shop. Are May and Dwindle trying to be stealthy as they walk?
No. It's kind of obvious. You can't hide this. Come on, man. It's not happening no matter how much I would like it to be.
Yeah.
There's no hiding this.
Okay. May?
No, I'm next to him. There's no way I can be stealth. I hide behind him. Could I hide behind him? That was a
Do
joke.
I give a
That was
do
a
I
joke.
do I give a bonus to them hiding because of my sheer presence?
Well, if you two are going obviously, then you're simply hiding in plain sight almost.
Mhm.
You're walking along the street as any other person in Crestia would. Now, it's not hard to spot once you make it to the market district. Nyla, you watch as the carriage stops, and it seems to stop before a shop per se. But looking closer, you can see in the display there are a few animals. These animals kind of pacing back and forth or kind of leaning up on the glass, looking out at the passerbys, and people make way for this carriage. This carriage, by itself, you see it stop, and it slows before somebody actually steps out. A young man in very well kept, very not attention grabbing per se, but very visually
Distinguished?
appealing. Yeah, distinguished, thank you. He seems to be stepping out slowly and looking around.
Oh
This
crap! We're gonna kill a child.
this young man, he's not a child, but he is younger in his years. He wears what seems to be mid calf boots that come up over a very nice white set of dress pants, and then these dress pants have a white undershirt that's tucked in under a black vest that is under a overcoat that is also black. This young man in the face, you can tell that he's younger. A late teen, maybe early young adult. He's much younger, but his hair is kind of doing that swoop where it kind of goes to one side a little bit more. He has pure white gloves on, and as he steps out, he seems to look around somewhat carefully and then steps into this shop. Two guards go in with him, two of these escort, and the other two stand outside with the carriage as the driver then closes the door behind him and starts to check on the horses. May and Dwindle then are showing up to see the carriage and the driver taking care of the horses, but you don't quite see Nyla.
That's a pretty carriage.
Nyla, you do see them, however.
Yeah, I'll go over to them.
Okay.
Did they see the guy walk into the shop?
Okay.
Young man, well dressed. He just walked in there.
Mm.
Haven't really seen that, but
Did I follow him in?
yeah, I think
What
we
type
should.
of store is this? Is it some exquisite pet store?
It's
Beats me.
Exotic.
from the outside, you can see animals in the display case. It seems that they are taken care of. However, the shop itself does not look grandiose or extremely eye-catching. It seems like it's a well-kept but general animal store. Looking in, you do see mostly small dogs, cats in the display cases, kind of pacing back and forth, sleeping or pressing up against the glass. Children walk by and point and seem to look up to their parents, and they continue walking. Some stop just to bend down and look at them and stuff like that. But most of it seems that it looks to be a very normal shop outside. You're not entirely sure what else is inside.
Dwando's just gonna walk towards the door. Try to go inside.
Wait, if it's a pet store, wouldn't? Oh,
Yeah,
No,
no,
he's
I
just
can't walk
walking in.
what if this? What if this is one of the members of the Tarkans? I haven't gone in yet. I'm talking.
I mean, the Tarkans are the ones with animals, right?
I believe so.
If it's any of them, it seems like a good guess.
Yeah. Probably be careful then. There are quite bad rumors surrounding them.
I was gonna walk in and then, like,
Okay.
purposefully trip into the person that came out of the
Is
carriage.
Dwindle in? Allowed in?
Well, are you all walking together?
Dwindle, they started talking. Dwindle just.
Well, Dwindle
Mhm.
seems to be just fine as he walks past the guards and steps into the building. Nyla and May, you two are walking in then together, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the two guards stop Nyla and May, mostly looking to Nyla.
What's up?
One of the guards looks to the other, then to Nyla. There a reason you were following us?
Who says I was following you? I just want to go in there and look at some pets.
We noticed you following a few blocks back.
Am I not allowed to walk down the street towards the same place that you happen to be going towards?
Go on ahead and make a deception check.
Ooh, 18 plus 6 for 24.
Very nice.
Okay. Bards, I swear.
Alright. They stare at Nyla for a good long few seconds. One
So,
slowly reaches towards his hilt before the other simply places his hand over the other's hand and slowly nods. Well, try not to look as suspicious next time.
yep, my bad. I'm heading in.
Sorry, it's kind of her thing.
Okay.
Just gonna laugh and can I walk inside?
Yes.
Are they?
They step aside, still watching Nyla very closely now, but they step aside, and you two are allowed to step in. Once inside, you notice that the building itself, though smaller outside, seems to have made itself larger on the inside. Dwindle, you noticed it when you walked in as well. The inside itself is probably about 2 to 3 times the size of what it looks like outside, and you notice a lot of different displays around the inside of this building. You notice along one wall is a large aquarium, firstly, but there are smaller parts of the aquarium kind of divvied off, and you can see different species of fish. Some local, others not so much. You do notice a few display cases of reptiles, from simple lizards to snakes to salamanders and more. You've got a few display cases that are larger, and it seems to be for what look to be larger creatures. You've actually got one display case that has a tortoise in it, and it's got a small collar around its neck, a little pink collar with a little heart hanging off the front.
What's his name?
Looking at the display case, Dwindle, if you look at the name plate in the corner of it, you actually notice that its name is Diane. And right underneath it says, "Not for sale, owner's pet." And you actually notice off to the side that there is a small door that's connected to this display case. And it seems like it almost looks like a large doggy door, as if the tortoise is free to walk around the shop.
Yes.
Looking at the other display cases and display areas, you do notice that there are creatures of all kinds, from cats to dogs, both large and small. There are puppies and kittens that are kind of placed off in their own section for either kids to look at or otherwise, just to keep them separate from the adults. It looks like all of these creatures are well maintained, well kept, and very well taken care of. However, the deeper into the shop you go, you actually notice that it goes from much more common pets. It kind of splits, and you notice that a portion...
Which hole do I have?
Hey, Fo. You notice a portion of this shop actually does also have what seem to be more exotic animals. These animals most wouldn't see normally. You notice that the prices on these nameplates are also much more expensive, as you've got monkeys, as well as much more exotic birds, and animals that just aren't around this area. You've got another portion of the aquarium that's divvied off by itself as well, and you notice in the largest aquarium there's a figure that swims by in the distance of this aquarium before swimming closer and around, and you notice that it's a large shark, actually, that swims past the glass and back into the water. The rest of the display cases in this area, you do notice a few things like small alligators and crocodiles, separate, of course. And you notice there's actually a portion of the room, kind of, not a large portion, but a small portion kind of divvied off for what seemed to be peacocks. There are actually about 2 or 3 peacocks that are just kind of wandering in that portion of the shop. Looking around, you do notice
somewhat.
Oh, yeah.
Just
There are a number of animals in this place, and these are just the ones for display. The shop itself is relatively empty, as it seems, but there are a number of people still kind of looking around. There's one family that's looking at a lot of the kittens and puppies, as they seem to have a smaller child with them, kind of looking at them all in awe and shock and just, that general cuteness overload that kids have on their face sometimes. That, and the parents kind of trying to direct them more towards the guard dog breed of puppy, as they're trying to talk the child into one of the puppies that seem to be of a breed that most would use as guard dogs around here. But there's also an older gentleman actually looking at one of the peacocks, and there are a few young men looking at a few of the fish in the aquariums. And none of the fish in the aquarium seem to be edible. It seems that they're mostly decoration and just visually appealing. So the younger men seem to be looking at them and kind of murmuring to each other of which ones they might get, or which ones they seem would seem to match a certain color palette that they're looking for. But it seems that the young man and his guards, as well as whoever the owner is, don't seem to be in the shop at the moment. It seems that they're not around, and as you look around, you do notice the actual front desk is left to itself. However, after a few moments, you do notice that a person comes from a back room, a young half-orc that's kind of carrying what looks to be a bag of feed of some kind, and proceeds to walk about. He sets the feed next to the aquarium before pressing a small plate on the side in between the split off aquariums, and a small ladder pops out. He then takes the feed and climbs up the ladder, and you see him actually feeding the fish through the top of it. But that seems to be the only person that's working here. The young man and his escort, as well as the owner, likely don't reside in this room at the moment. So, what would you all like to do?
I'm gonna
Did you say
bar with the
there's a
half
place
orc.
to, like, pet puppies?
Hmm?
Did you say there's a place to, like, pet the dogs?
There is a
Like,
small
interact them?
space where the younger animals are able to kind of come out of the general. It's almost like a care center. It's like a small section that's made specifically for them to just kind of run around and sleep and do all that. And it seems that there is a small portion where they can actually freely walk out when they want to, and kind of go up against the small fencing that's there.
Yeah, Nyla forgets why they're there. Just gets over there.
Okay, that's fair.
A puppy bear.
Yep.
I swear we're gonna get a pet here, and it's gonna be here for a short amount of the campaign before it's killed in a fireball.
Yeah, I sounds alright.
Yeah.
You never know.
I'm gonna go look at the alligator.
But
Looks at look. Oi! You got battle rams here?
if you're looking for rams, we've got a few. Not battle rams, but we've got a few rams. He says as he kind of pauses the feeding and kind of looks down the ladder to you. You can see one of his tusks is actually broken off.
Like orcs. Just dealing with it. Are the rams from Flaminbroth or the region?
No, most of the rams are from the mountainous region nearby. We get them as they come down the mountain. Most of them are raised here after we've gotten a few parents and we release the parents back into the wild, but we've got a few in the back.
Boars?
No boars. Boars are too wild. They don't train well unless you've gotten them from birth, and a lot of the times it's too dangerous to get them.
No, that's the fun part. Shows his shield, taps the signet of the battle of a raging boar. That's the fun part. Tame them from adult age.
Well, we're glad that you are able to do that. However, we are not going to pay for somebody's medical bills.
Normally it's the other way around, but let's see the rams.
All right. He then motions for you to just wait a moment as he finishes feeding the aquarium fish. He then carefully makes his way down back with the feed before pressing the plate once again, and the ladder pops back in. You can actually see the outline where the ladder is, and it does seem to be mostly like a mechanism or something like that that just pops it out. It's not really magic. But he sets the feed down next to the aquarium, and the two young men that are deciding on which fish seem to decorate their home the best. But they then lead you towards the back of the shop, and he actually takes you to a set of double doors that, when opened, you notice that inside the space is kind of like a barn. It seems that it's connected to the building next door. That when you step inside, it is quite literally like a barn. There's pens for what look to be a few horses. There's also a few small goats, a cow, so on and so forth. But it doesn't look like many are actually from here, as the weather seems to be too much for most livestock in the like to be in this northern portion of the continent. However, you do notice 2 yaks as well, and towards the back, you do notice 2 large rams. These rams are very, very furry, as the hair actually goes down to about the ankle, and they're kept clean, it seems. But their horns are large enough to show that they are adolescent. They're getting to their adult years, but they're not quite there. The horns themselves are large, though, and they wrap around in that beautiful design, much like the tiefling before.
Price.
The price on them, as you look at it, let's see what the average is, because this DM is not good at writing down information to save his life. But the showed me a ram, as in the actual, like, adventuring
ram.
gear. Yeah. So, you know...
That'd be cheap compared to what this is gonna be.
Oh, yeah. So, you actually know that a normal sheep, most would sell it for anywhere from half a gold to a gold and a half, depending on if it's meant for specific things. Like if it's meant for its wool, then most would sell it for more expensive. But rams, a lot of times, are much more expensive due to the fact that in Flammenbroth they're used as mounts. Here, they seem to mostly be exotic pets, and for some of the manual laborers around, they seem to be working animals. So you do notice that the price tag itself is about 4 gold.
Sold.
Okay. The half-orc happily takes one of the rams out of the pen and puts it on a lead, and then proceeds to walk it back through the barn to the front desk. He looks to you, and after handing him the 4 gold, he asks, "Is there anything that you'd like with it? We've got saddles, we've got pouches, we've got simple leads, we've got..."
Bridle and saddle.
Okay. Well, that will be another... If I remember correctly, saddles are a gold. 2 gold?
Depends on the saddle. There's multiple saddles. There's riding saddles. There's free saddles, if I remember correctly, and some of them are specifically actually give benefits where you actually cannot be you can't be knocked off.
Yeah.
Think about on saddle.
Yeah. So
I need to find a blacksmith now.
you've got a...
Hello, I'm
So
here.
you've actually
I'm
got...
the smith.
I'm a smith too. We both smiths.
So you've got 2 saddles. You've got a riding saddle and a military saddle. The
Military.
riding saddle, however, is the only one that they offer, and it's 10 gold.
Got more than a goat.
It's a lot more than the goat.
An animal is easy to get. The saddles have to be made.
Okay. Done.
All right. Well, that's 14 gold already. Are you wanting any equipment pouches to go with them, or...
How much are the pouches?
The pouches are... Let's find out together.
So very fun that I'm multi-classing into Cavalier.
No make difference.
A saddle pack will cost you an additional 5 gold.
19.
Pays it.
Alrighty. He takes the 19 gold and puts it aside. So, the saddle and saddle pouch I'll be right back with. However, the ram is yours. If you would like a tag, it's an additional silver. But for that additional silver, we can also etch a specific name into it for you. It will take about half an hour, but it's very, very simple.
Give me the tag, I'll do it myself.
All right. He then pulls a normal tag from the one of the shelves behind the counter and sets it on the counter itself. So May and Nyla, while they're enjoying looking around, watches Dwindle is not only getting a ram, but also seems to be getting fully equipped. So,
Actually, while he was doing that, I wanted to look around and see if there's any other doors or anything.
Oh yeah. You've got the double doors that lead to the barn that Dwindle went into. You've got a back door that the half-orc came from, and while the door was open, you all could see barrels and what seemed to be feed of different kinds. It looked to be like sacks and barrels of stuff like that in there. It looked like a storage room, basically. And then there's another 2 doors, one off to the right and one that is behind the counter itself.
Okay. I'm gonna look at Nyla. Nyla, stop petting a puppy. Come here.
Oh, Dwindle's being a distraction without realizing he's being a distraction. Even better.
As usual.
And I'm gonna point to the 2 doors that are on either side. Oh.
Okay.
Those are the only 2. We don't really know what they are. What do you say you go through one and I go through the other, and we see what they are? Maybe we can
What could
find.
possibly go wrong?
Nothing. We're just 2 girls searching a store.
What could possibly go wrong?
Fabulous.
Which door do you want to go through?
I don't care. They look the same to me.
I'll go through the one nearest to the
It would
desk.
appear they are both doors.
Alright, I'll just go to the one to the right.
Okay. And are you trying to be stealthy about it, or...
Yes.
Okay.
I'm helping.
You are being a distraction to the clerk. So, stealth checks.
12 total.
12 total.
14
14
total.
total. Well, let's roll a d100 really quick. Not using that one because that one is really bad, which really bad can be both good and bad. Well, it seems that the other people are distracted enough as it is, so you don't have to worry about them either. Are you listening into the door, or are you actually going in? Going in. Okay.
Yeah. Going in.
Big spiky armored dwarf buying big ram. If that's not a spectacle and pretty much straightforward, like, I wonder what he's gonna now. They know exactly what he's gonna use the ram for.
Well, you'd be surprised how many humanoids that are of smaller stature actually use the smaller animals like rams and sheep as mounts. Because it seems that there are a lot of people like gnomes and goblins and such around here, so it seems that a lot of them do use the smaller animals as mounts to get around town a lot faster. But nonetheless, so I'm just gonna flip a coin and see who I describe to first. Interesting. Nyla. So Nyla, you open the door to find yourself, well, you attempt to open the door and find it locked.
I have thieves' tools.
Okay. Are you going to try and pick the lock?
Yep.
All right, slide a hand check for me.
+16 +5, so 21.
Okay. You very carefully maneuver your thieves' tools side to side, each pin ticking very lightly and falling into place before you finally hear a loud and the door unlocks. Opening it slowly, you peer your head in, and you notice what seems to be another section of this building. This section seems to be connected by a staircase, and you look down and you can see light from down the stairs. You also hear what sounds like more animals. Not like the ones up here.
Oh,
Oh, boy.
I could have gone downstairs and got some monster.
You go downstairs, I assume.
Yes.
Well, closing the door behind you, you find yourself at the bottom of the stairs. And as you reach the bottom, you turn to the left where the door is, and you notice another wide underground portion of this building. It seems to be underneath the barn that Dwindle had walked into, this portion being the basement of that building.
Ooh.
And as you look around, you notice that these animals are very much not like the last. This portion of the building, you notice much larger and more dangerous creatures. And the price tags on these are beyond what the other ones were. The other animals, a gold, 2 gold at most. These animals, the price tags alone are no less than 700 to 1,000 gold.
I'll come back later.
You notice creatures such as, from the very beginning, you notice wolves. One wolf specifically being almost identical to the one that had taken a bite into May, with a pure white coat that is locked away. You notice a few that are 8-legged, as you see giant spiders in a massive tube display case that have made massive webs all throughout that display, as the massive giant wolf spiders are just crawling about in them. You also notice creatures that are younger versions of creatures that you have seen before. You actually notice a small owlbear cub in one of the display cases. That one being easily 900 gold on the plate. However, you also notice other display cases, one of which being a very small relative to the others display case.
Mm.
And looking inside, you actually notice a snake. This snake, however, has 3 heads. This very small baby snake with 3 heads. And I say small, but it's relative to normal snakes quite large. It seems to be about the size of a small dog. Smaller side of a large dog, larger side of a small dog. And it hisses through this display, but the display itself, as a person who uses magic, you can actually see a few runes inscribed around the bottom of the glass where it meets the actual solid part of the display itself, because this is a lifted platform for you to look at. And
Does
then
it have a name tag?
it has a name tag.
I'm not there though.
But nonetheless, looking at all of these displays, it seems like much more dangerous creatures. These creatures, not like the pets upstairs, whether exotic or not. These pets seem to be much more dangerous, much more violent as stepping even close to them, you notice that the white wolf that you had seen before growls at the glass. The wolf spiders, one of them actually jumps at the glass towards you before slowly climbing up the side of the glass once again. The small snake creature does hiss with all three heads. Then you've got a few other creatures that are kind of held behind much stronger, thicker glass with many more runes around the glass to hold them and around the case to hold them. As you notice a dog that when you get close, you notice smoke billowing off of its body, and you actually see what looks to be magma kind of dripping from its maw and onto the floor, showing scorch marks. But a lot of these creatures seem to be much more dangerous.
That I want to adopt one of them.
What type of black market have we stumbled upon? Holy cow!
Oh my gosh.
And while you look around there, May,
Yes.
as you poke your head into the door you're searching, or attempt to, you notice that the door opens, but on the other side is a hall. This hall leads to a door on the right, a door farther down on the left, and then at the very end of the hall there is another door.
Okay.
You can actually hear muffled voices through this hall, but you're not sure which door from. You just know that it's from down the hall.
Okay. I'd like to go to the door on the right.
Okay. You want to open it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, opening this door, you notice that it seems to be a small bathroom. It seems to be for the workers or maybe guests if they're allowed back here. But nonetheless, it seems to be a small bathroom. Nothing crazy there.
And to the door on the left.
The door on the left is the one you seem to hear voices from, actually. And as you...
Alright.
Are you opening it still?
Yeah, why not?
Well, you open the door, and poking your head in, you notice two guards, a office, the young man that you had seen, or that Nyla had mentioned, and across is across the desk from the young man is a older gentleman, a visibly older elven man. All four turn to look at you.
So this isn't the bathroom. Got it. Shuts the door. Sorry.
As you shut the door, you hear the well-known sound, to you at least, of metal being pulled from sheaths.
I'm just still gonna close the door. And I'm gonna go to the one in the middle.
Opening the door at the end of the hall, as the door behind you to the left is being opened, you notice what seems to be a side door that seems to exit out into the alleyway beside the building. However, you now hear the two guards that were in the room burst through the door behind you into the hall and turn to look at you both with blades drawn.
Sweet goodness, put those away. I'm just here to use the restroom. I was about to go out there. I don't think the guy wanted to have a puddle. Where's the bathroom? Is this one it? And I'm gonna just open the bathroom.
To get to the bathroom, you would have to go past them.
Okay. Can I go?
Are you actually walking up to them?
Yeah.
If you're going to resist, I need an opposed grapple check, which is your athletics or acrobatics versus their athletics or acrobatics.
No, I'm not going to oppose. Have to make it seem real. I just need to go to the bathroom.
Well, if you're really betting on that, I need a deception check.
Or persuasion. Maybe she does have to go.
That is 12.
Well,
At least the ones.
so that is a... I've got a stat block for this, but I need to pull that up really quick and get...
Worst comes to worst, it's fine.
The window walks out. The other two companions are dead and just... Hey, aren't she a beautiful thing? Where did the other two go?
Hmm. Okay, I'm just going to use the regular stat for that. Okay, because I'm too lazy to find my own. That is a 17 to grapple and an 11 to grapple, as you are grabbed by both of the guards. The guards quickly take you by both arms. And it's not a comfortable, like, oh, we're gonna go for a leisurely walk. It's literally like they are holding on to you to make sure you do not leave. And they then drag you back to that left door that they had come
Before
from.
they do that, I'm gonna pee myself.
Alrighty.
Dude, I told you I had to go into the bathroom.
I mean, it's gotta smell like urine anyways, right?
It's fine. It's a defense mechanism.
Oh boy.
They might not have believed me.
Well,
I'm just gonna start bawling on the spot. Like, I told you I had to pee.
Though you did that, they look at you somewhat disgusted for a moment before simply dragging you along, or at least waiting for you to finish,
Oh,
and lifting you off the ground together, by the way, so that you're no longer just in the puddle. They are grumbling, but I need to roll a D100.
oh.
Yep. Oh boy.
I don't know. Mm. Both DMs are just okay.
Has this ever happened before?
No.
No,
No.
I'm so sorry.
no.
I've never thought of this happening before.
No. Never crossed my mind either.
They never tell you where the characters go when it comes to the bathroom, because in all honesty, have you ever seen a bathroom in any fantasy or action movie or any movie ever, unless they specifically make a whole scene around it? I have never seen a single character in any movie, TV show, otherwise, ever actually go to the bathroom. That's something. So, huh.
Advantage? I mean, I don't know, man.
But there's, in all honesty, there's not really a means of getting out of this one. It was just, that was interesting.
It was the only way I could think of not trying not to get in trouble.
One of the guards almost drops you, just kind of out of, like, not wanting to touch, but then realizes that they have to, and continues to hold you up, at least off the ground, so that you're not in it. And then
Thanks, guys. I appreciate you, but I told you!
they begrudgingly then carry you back to the room. One of them, oh boy. They then set you down in between the door and the young man, who is now standing. And one of the guards then sheathe their swords back, and one of them steps back and closes the door. Both of them standing next to it as they you see them kind of wringing the hand that was touching you, even through the gauntlet. They're kind of like, they're doing this number, like trying to see if they can wipe it off. And one of them actually wipes their hand off on their thigh and just kind of stares as the other begins then talking to the young man. Sir, they urinated themselves in the hall. And, they say that they got lost looking for the bathroom. And the young man actually looks at you very both confused. It almost looks more like a concerned look, but you can see the confusion in his eyes as he just kind of stares at you.
I told them that I had to pee. I was trying to find the bathroom, and then they grabbed me, and that scared me, and I couldn't hold it, and they just wouldn't listen, and I'm in tears, and I'm just holding my face.
The young man sits quietly, seemingly waiting. Seemingly waiting. And while we wait, Odile. So, Dwindle is buying a ram. Nyla is reading, well, not reading, she's making her own discoveries. May is crying. You just finish shoveling, and you and Rovan are both finally finished with clearing all of this snow from this property.
At the end time. I walk back up to the door.
Mm-hmm.
Is it still open? Because I know I left it open, but I don't know if he got up and closed it.
He closed it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so I knock on the door.
Okay.
Because I am not rude.
A few moments pass before you hear the grumble you had heard before. You heard before when you had talked to this person before. And you hear the sound of the log against the planks. And after a few moments, the door opens. And you see the large Goliath standing over you, looking down. Then he kind of looks around and sort of nods a little bit before looking back to you.
Better?
For now.
Fair enough. I'll come back to make sure it stays this way. Here's your spoon.
And
starts holding up the wooden giant spoon.
he reaches down and he grabs it, and he kind of looks it over, and then he nods again. Well, is there anything else that you're wanting?
Well, this job was not out of the kindness of my heart today because of how much labor this was. So, may I please have a payment? When I come to get the rest of the snow and stuff when it snows, it won't be really fine. Because it won't be as much.
He then stares down at you for a few moments, then nods, and he turns and he steps back into his home. You can see him set the spoon down on his table, and he shuffles around before stopping and seemingly digging through something. And he comes back. He holds out his hand down to you, And with your outstretched hand, he drops 5 gold into your palms.
Yes. Awesome. Thank you. Go ahead and start pocketing that. Look back up. Can I go? I have a question for you. I know not all Goliaths are related to each other and everything else, but you kind of look like him, so I wanted to ask, are you related to Stofan? He's in the City of Crows right now.
He's my grandson.
See, I knew there was a resemblance. I met him. He was very kind, very nice. He doesn't come up here to visit, huh?
No.
I'm sorry.
He has his reasons.
We all do. But if it makes you feel better, he seems to be doing very well for himself. And he's very kind. He warned me about the issues that was going on there.
That sounds like him.
Question before I go. Have you noticed anything strange going on around here? Especially at night?
I don't go many places. Not anymore.
Well, that's
I
understandable.
don't notice much.
Do you hear anything?
My hearing shot. I'm able to hear you as you are very close, but I don't hear much.
It's fair enough. Well, on that note, I will be back tomorrow if it snows more, and I'll get rid of the snow. Otherwise, make sure to keep your doors locked. And I'll see you tomorrow. And I just hop on Rovan and I start scurrying away.
You can see him behind you as he kind of stands at the door a little bit longer, watches you ride off, and then he kind of shakes his head and shuts the door. And you are free to go where you please now.
Ooh, what time is it?
It's probably mid-afternoon, late afternoon now, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. I'm probably hungry by this time. So is there like, I don't want a restaurant, but is there like a food corner store or anything like that?
There are plenty of stalls.
Okay. I'll stop
Stalls
at one of the
different
stalls.
things. Well, we're going to roll a D100 really quick to see which one you end up at. Ooh. Oh, good. You didn't get the insect one.
See, I don't mind insects.
Oh,
It's
I'm not making a
something
joke.
else.
I'm being entirely serious. That NPC, as well as what he sells, is something else. But perhaps you'll run into them later on. But nonetheless, you end up at a small stall with I just had it. Oh. You end up at a small stall with what appears to be a decent type of meat. It looks to be like perhaps cow, perhaps sheep, maybe. It's meat.
Is it cooked or is it just raw?
Oh yes, it's cooked. You can actually see the cold air, how how hot air does that mist. It's doing a lot of that coming from this stall as they're slowly being rotated over this open flame. Behind the stall, you notice a rather normal-looking older man, older woman, really. So, two braids on either side of their head that go back into a bun, a large bun. Kind of sitting there, just behind the stall, just rotating this little crank that seems to rotate all of the small things. And seems good. Smells good. Looks like it is covered in different seasons.
Seasonings. I'm gonna go up. We're gonna walk on up and go. How much? Sorry, hi. That was rude of me. Sorry. How are you?
Well, for one, it's only about 3 copper for one.
I'll take 2.
Well, you go ahead and take 2, and she actually pulls off 2, and it's basically just kebabs. It looks like kebabs.
I'm writing down meat sticks.
Yeah. And she holds the 2 out to you, and you'll be getting change back, of course. So,
4 copper.
Yep. It's 4 copper, and so you're getting 9 silver. Wait, no.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah, okay. 9 silver and 2 copper. 6 copper. 9 silver, 6 copper. Yeah, because it's 4 total copper, and then 10 copper make a silver.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's 100 copper for 1 gold. So, but
So 9 silver, 6 copper back. Okay.
Yep. Because it's 2 copper per kebab.
You said 3 copper per kebab.
3 copper for. He held up 4. So that's.
Yeah.
Yep, you're getting 4 copper back.
Okay.
Didn't know if he was correcting me or doing the math
Yeah,
for me.
I was so confused. I was like, okay, wait, which DM am I listening to here?
He's
Yep.
DM. I just help.
You're getting 4 copper
No.
back.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. Food.
You got 2 meat sticks.
Food. Sounds good. I'm gonna cook steaks now. That sounds lovely.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna look at her and go, thank you. Do you by chance have any little baggies? Or no?
Sorry, sweetie, we don't bag.
Oh, that's fine. I probably have bags in my thing. In real time.
Okay.
Thank you.
You have a wonderful day, sweetie.
Thank you, you too. And we just wander back off. And I start eating one of the sticks. I only eat like half of it though.
From the other side of the map.
Problem is that I'm probably gonna find you guys, and I'm gonna still have 1.5 sticks of meat left, and you're gonna be like, "Give me," and I'll be like, "Fine."
Without a doubt.
Yes. Takes
My-
both. Offers one to the Rem. Eat.
No.
I don't care. It's
Turning it
vegetarian.
into a
Eat.
carnivore.
Oh boy.
But based off the time of day and everything, I'll probably start. Yeah, 'cause the next day I'll probably try to go a little shopping, but I'll go back towards the tavern to try to find everybody.
Okay. Well, due to the timing, what's your passive? Your passive perception.
One moment, please, while I try to connect you to the next available associate. Dear God.
Yeah. Hi, this is Dwindle. How can I help you?
Ah, yes, we're here to talk to you about your car's extended warranty.
I was wondering where it was coming, or when it was coming.
Okay, where's the passive? Okay. It is a 13.
A 13. Okay.
Yes. Sorry.
You're good.
It wasn't actually written on my sheet, which is weird. I gotta fix that.
Should be to the left side.
Oh no, let's see if I can look this up and you can see it better. So I made my own D&D binder,
Ah, got
Fun.
you.
and for some reason it doesn't have my passive perception on the pages, so I gotta go back in and fix that.
Yep.
No biggie.
Passive, you should look underneath. You see those two. If you show it up again, on the bottom, you see your skills, and then follow the skills down, and it should be below that.
Should be. Unless that sheet just doesn't have it. Which, I've noticed some D&D sheets, they just don't have certain things.
It doesn't even have my skills on.
Nice.
That's strange.
Yeah, it doesn't have my skills on here. Which, funny enough, though, Rovan has his own sheet too.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yep.
I love about this. I'm like, yes, you easily see Rovan's stuff now.
Yep.
Yeah.
So,
Don't worry, I'll fix that all later.
you're good. So, with your passive perception, you would notice, as you're going back to the tavern, you would go through the market district. You notice 2 guards with 4 horses, a carriage, and 4 more horses, as the driver is taking care of the 4 that are drawing the carriage, in front of what looks to be a pet shop. However, you notice people actually kind of wandering around the carriage, as in actually like giving it a wider berth as they walk around it. Seemingly not necessarily avoiding it, but kind of avoiding it. They're not trying to obviously avoid it, but as you're walking towards the tavern, that's something you notice on the way. And you also notice that there are that's what my brain is doing at the moment, basically. There it is. So, as you're walking, you're actually able to also see that there are a number of people. I keep losing it. My ADHD keeps kicking in, and it's like,
Sparkly.
Sorry.
Sparkly.
it's doing
I'm
that.
sorry.
You're fine. There's nothing Nothing you did or anything like that. What is it? It's... Oh, you notice as you pass one of the alleys, you notice an open door. And it seems to be to the side of the pet shop, like actually connected to the pet shop on the outside. However, if you continue past that, you hear music playing from the tavern that the rest of the group had stopped at. So, do you wish to return to the tavern?
Yep, because I'm not paying any attention to that carriage. I'm like, it's there, don't care. Going away. Have no interest.
Awesome. So, as you return to the tavern, you notice that the tiefling is still, or, well, I suppose this would be your first time noticing them.
Nah.
No?
No, I was in there before. I was like the last person to leave, except
right.
for Dwindle.
That's right. That's right. So you would notice that the tiefling is very much still playing and dancing, enjoying himself. It seems that he's slowed down a bit, though, as you notice that he is starting to sweat a little bit more, and he seems to be kind of slowing down and getting close to what looks like a break. But it seems that people are singing along and kind of dancing. A few are enjoying just drinking and enjoying the music and just the space. But it seems like he's slowing down a bit. So, but as you do enter, you notice that the servers walk over, or one of the servers walk over and hands you a key, and tells you that your rooms are upstairs, as Dwindle has been so kind to pay for them. So,
Say thank you one of these days.
Why does he keep doing this? Okay. Thank you, ma'am. And me and Rovan go up to the room.
Okay.
And see if anybody else is there.
Nope.
Lovely.
The room is empty and rather left alone. It seems Dwindle's room, kind of, if you plan on poking your head in, it doesn't seem anyone's in there, and if you don't and you just kind of walk by it, there's no noise from it either.
Okay.
So.
Well, I go inside my room and decide to put my bag down.
Okay.
And count my coins real quick.
Okay.
And then afterwards, and put my meat away, because that's my meat.
Okay.
And then I go ahead and head back downstairs to see who I can talk to real quick. Like if the tiefling's done dancing or if one of the waitresses are free.
A number of the waitresses are simply bussing tables or bringing stuff to tables and coming back. The tiefling is slowing down but does not seem to be stopping yet. So seems preoccupied at the moment, but nonetheless, seems that everyone's kind of enjoying themselves. So,
all right, I'll go up to one of the waitresses.
Okay. As you step up, the lovely tan-skinned human looks down to you as she's cleaning the table and stops. Is there something I can help with?
Yeah. So you guys gave me a key, so I'm guessing you guys know where who my companions are. So I mean, who they are. Do you by chance know where they went? If you don't, that's fine.
We were informed of your group. Since you all are staying, we were told to care for who is and isn't here. It seems that your friends had left a little while ago.
So I must have just missed them. It's okay.
They've been gone for probably about half an hour now.
Oh, so then I didn't just miss them. Wonder what they went.
Well, they had left just after the Tarkin's family carriage had passed by.
Makes a connection to the carriage that I saw. Of course they're gonna go after the big shiny carriage. Makes perfect sense. Also, who are the Fargans?
The Tarkins are a family that live here in Crestia. They're one of the 4 major families. But she kind of looks around and kind of leans forward a little bit. We're not really supposed to talk about them. They're not exactly the best people, as far as anybody knows. Their reputation is awful. They trade animals, so people say that anyone that goes against them, they feed to their animals and the exotic pets that they keep. I'm not really sure how true that is, but it's just one of those things. Nobody really wants to test them to see if it's true.
I don't blame them. But why? At the same time, still, why wouldn't you guys be allowed to talk about them?
Well, it's not that
Like, how would you not?
It's not that we're not allowed to. It's that a lot of people choose not to. Like I said, a lot of people don't want to test the Tarkins, as they deal in very exotic animals. They have plenty that they show in the shops that they sponsor that many believe that people feed them to. If you cross a Tarkin, Tarkins, then it's likely you may end up as animal food. That's what people say, at least. That's why we try not to test them. That's why we try not to talk about them.
Well, thank you for the heads up about them. Is one of their shops here in the city, and that's why they're here? In here?
Of course. The Tarkins live... They don't live in the city, but they do live outside. Their property is to the southwest. Yes, on the southwest. They usually live along the coast, or they live along the coast. It's a rather nice place, last I heard, but they're the only ones that really go out there. With the coast right here next to the port, a lot of people just stay in the city. But they live just outside the city, and they do have a shop here. It's their main shop, so it is rather nice, but it's not their biggest shop per se. It's their nicest, but not their biggest.
Oh. Sorry, out of character, thinking bigger.
Yep.
Did you just roll for something?
No.
Okay.
He lied.
Give me a panic attack.
He lied.
I dropped something.
Best thing to do to make sure your players get you, and you just drop the dice and.
Yeah.
Definitely paying attention.
Alright. I look at her and I go, okay. Oh, that's duly noted. Thank you for the warning. A quick question. I, I don't know if my companions asked you this or not. I'm guessing not, because I don't think you know what they look like fully. But still, because you're warning me about Tarkins. Have you guys noticed any weird sounds or things at night, by chance? Or any weird people?
Not really.
Hmm.
Nothing weirder than what we already deal with.
Fair enough. Also, is he gonna take a break anytime soon? Like, I was here hours ago and he was going.
He will. He's he goes off and on. He really enjoys playing, and people enjoy listening, so he plays all of the time. But he'll go until he's tired, and then he'll take a break, and then he'll wait until he's got energy again, and then he'll go again.
Gotta keep the business going somehow, right?
Well, he does it for fun. He likes playing.
He doesn't get paid for that?
No, he owns the place.
That makes sense. That's how he gets paid.
Yeah. A lot of the women that come in enjoy his music and him. But
Oh yeah. One of my companions definitely did. I can still feel her fingers grasping my head. Though I still don't know what she sees. Cause not I don't know. Not there.
maybe it's the energy,
Mostly in
or
one
the
direction.
confidence, or the horns. Each have their own preference, I suppose. But he's kind. He's worth talking to.
Fair enough. Well, though I know my companions went towards that carriage, I ain't going anywhere near there. No, thank you. Do you suggest any like shops around here that can do leather work?
Hmm. Leather work. It depends. Are you wanting leather made, or are you wanting something else? Like, are you wanting it made into saddles, armor,
Clothing,
clothing?
I think, would be a good line of what I'm looking for.
Well, for leather clothing, it's going to be a little interesting, but you could go to the tailor, and he might be able to help you. But other than that, most tanneries, because tanning is awful. That stench that those leathers put off is awful. So
I
a lot of the
agree.
tanneries are outside the city.
That makes sense. You wouldn't want to stink up the city.
Well, it's not even stinking up the city. It's just stinking up those areas. It's not good for travelers or tourists, and we already have it bad enough. After all, we're as far north as you get. And
True.
being connected to the only landmass that's connecting east and west, it's even more dangerous. People like to say that there's a possibility that the West Grandiashan army might make it across the frozen wastelands to us, so it scares people, but I doubt it'll happen. Hopefully.
Hopefully.
I'm learning more about this place by the minute.
Yeah. We're connected to the frozen wastelands, which are the only portion of landmass that's connecting east and west Grandiasha. It also connects us to the northern continent, but
Interesting. Bless you.
Let's do.
Salut.
Thank you.
I think it's alright. Can I come to you for more questions if I have them about here?
Sure, I'll answer what I can.
Awesome. What's your name? Well, I'm gonna ask for names.
It's the greatest question you can ask a DM when they just
Audria.
introduce.
Audrey?
Audria.
Audria.
Audria. Audria.
Okay, and she's a tan human.
Yep. Long black hair, tan skin. Dark brown eyes.
Is she more like Nyla's height or shorter?
She's about 5'10".
Oh, she's taller.
A little taller.
I have to think of like how far my neck has to crane. Okay. Well, I am no deal. And I thank you. Now, go to the tailor. See what I can do there.
Well, she directs you to where the tailor can be found, and you find yourself in front of a building that has a display window with multiple different outfits kind of showing to the outside world. And they're very well made. They're very, very detail oriented, very well taken care of, and each detail is very visibly seen. Through the window, you can see figures behind the curtain due to the light. But as you kind of stroll in, you notice off to the side there's a kobold working, a golden scaled kobold with a top hat and a handlebar mustache that wraps and curls perfectly. He's got one singular monocle. And you see a young assistant. If I remember correctly, I made them a wood elf.
I think so.
So, you see a wood elf currently working on cleaning a few of the outfits up.
Probably the ones for May. And all that blood.
A little. Crimson is very difficult to get out of nice clothing.
I like that.
Yeah.
Which one seems less busy?
Well, the Golden Kobold seems to be working on something at the moment, as they are making measurements and working on clothes that are being put on a mannequin at the moment. It seems that they're putting together something like a custom order or another outfit to be displayed here. But nonetheless, it seems that they are busy. The wood elf is busy cleaning and sweeping and just kind of taking care of the place as the kobold works. So both seem busy in their own way, but
I'll go up to the elf.
okay.
Give him some more trauma.
Time for
No,
the
I'm
trauma
joking.
llama.
Trauma.
The trauma.
I can't give him trauma.
It's the trauma llama.
Love that.
So
Mind you, I'm still on Rovan.
that's fine.
So we just make our way up to him and go, hello.
He stops and he looks to you and he goes, "Oh, hello. How can I help you?"
Do you guys do custom leather works?
We can. Is there something specific you're looking for?
Extremely specific. Trying to figure out how to describe it. Hold on. So it needs to. I'm trying to figure out how to describe it. I need something that I'm going to be able to strap to my back and be able to keep my wings in place.
Okay. Okay. And how soon are you needing this?
Well, I'll see how much it will cost first and go from there.
Well, custom work by itself is at least a gold, depending on what it is. From here,
Send you a picture of what it is because I can't describe it. I'm sorry.
you're fine. I remember.
You see why I can't describe it?
I remember reading this.
You do?
Yeah.
I've only read like 2 chapters.
It's amazing. But, nonetheless, he kind of thinks to himself for a few moments. Well, for custom work, it's at least a gold, and it has to be clothing. For that, we could do... It's technically a corset, and we do have the ability to do that. Since it's custom, and it's one of a kind, I will say that it will cost you, by itself, if that's all you're wanting, with materials and time. If you want it sooner, we can do it in 3 days. For I'd say about, if you're wanting it as soon as possible, we could probably make it 2 days for 12 gold. Or we can do it in about a week for about 8.
Checking my gold.
The early parts of campaigns are so fun when it comes to gold because you have to actually be very picky about what you spend it on. And then later in the game, it's just like, oh really? 10,000 gold? Alright, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay, we guys are running Char on gold. Let's go raid another dragon horde.
Wait, where is my... On D&D Beyond, where is...
Should be in your inventory, top right.
Thank you. Okay, and I gotta add...
Nyla, you know what we forgot? We still have
What?
the reward from Tom.
Did we ever actually get that?
No, we didn't.
I didn't think so.
Someone
actually
got
thinking
away
that
for
earlier.
free, so...
What did we do? Oh, we helped the fire, right? You guys? Yeah.
Although, to be fair, Nyla was just sort of avoiding everyone as much as possible, so
I know.
I didn't really care.
Well, they're gonna hate me, but we're gonna have to stay here a week.
No worry. We have to go out to the woods anyways, so...
Yeah.
Don't worry. One of you is currently pissing themselves.
Yeah. Good thing they're getting new clothes anyway. If they survive.
It's fine. It's fine. If I survive, I think I fucked with the wrong people.
I'm getting you clothes? Hey! These are
Oh, God.
about 50 years old now.
Oh boy.
This just means I definitely need to pick up more jobs, for sure. Okay. I will do it for the week.
Okay.
8 gold. But can you make it to where there's a mechanism so if I need to in an emergency, I can pull something and it'll release my wings?
For an
Can you add that on?
For an additional gold, we could do that to make it 9.
Okay.
Okay. We will have that done. We don't need measurements or anything, so you don't have to waste any time. The kobold has already taken your measurements.
Rondo.
He just stares at you.
He good.
His tongue goes out, licks eyes.
He's good.
He's the owner for the reason.
I'm like, okay. I feel that, considering I know how to do measurements myself.
Mhm.
Okay. So I will be back in 1 week.
Yes.
If you are done sooner, you can find me probably at the Tiefling's Tavern.
Okay.
I hand them over the gold, and then I go, what's your name, by the way?
You know, not many actually ask my name. It's rather interesting. We, it's not that people don't care, it's that we have a lot more nobility come in, so as an assistant, it's not really my place. But thank you for asking. You may call me Zachariah.
Yes. Such a good name.
Ooh, I love it. And then I just look at him going, do I look like I'm nobility?
No. He looks you dead in the face, eye to eye, and he just goes, no.
Exactly.
I love him. I'm gonna
What's
come
the
back and
kobold's
visit him
name?
all the time.
What's the kobold's name?
Oh. The kobold is the owner of the shop. He is... His name is Click.
Yes.
Ooh, I love that name. Awesome. Well, thank you, Zachariah, for setting this up.
Of course.
I will see you shortly, and I hope you have a great night.
Mm-hmm.
We start going out, I turn to Click, and I go, have a good night, Click. Thank you.
He then stares at you as you walk by and licks eyeball.
Must taste delicious.
No, that's how they moisturize it.
Fair enough.
He does not blink at all.
Odd doesn't care, but I'm just like, ugh. Of course Odd doesn't care. Hello, she just did a spit handshake with a goblin. And didn't even wipe her hands.
You might want to check that it's probably affected now.
Oh no, I didn't use the hand that has the hole in it, because I know it still have a hole.
It's even worse. What do you think? Where do you think the hole came from?
From when I stabbed myself! From when we did the questions? Remember, because I went...
I heard the goblin has a hole in his head. I'm like, where do you think the hole came from? It's a disease. It's eating him alive. Slowly.
Nope. No hole in his
D&D
hand.
diseases are terrifying.
Oh yeah, I can make them as
They are.
deadly as I like.
No, thank you. Alright, so I gotta subtract
I
my
can make
gold
them as
there.
deadly, unseeable, or as fast spreading as I like. It's a world of magic. Imagine a disease just pops up in one place, and across the map the same disease pops up, but it was spread by somebody across the world.
Jeez.
Magic.
10th level spell, plague. I actually think it's a 7th. I actually think it's an 8th level spell. Actually. Yeah, they get scary up there.
Casters are strong late game.
They just have to survive.
Mm-hmm. They just have to survive to that point. But nonetheless,
Walk back outside. Look around. Going. I'm gonna have to go over there, aren't I?
you see plenty of people walking about the streets, simply enjoying the day. As well as the market district being the market district, as normally it seems that the district itself is somewhat busy as it is, but there are stalls set up already from the day, and it's getting closer to when these stalls are closing up. A few already have, and a few are still open but trying to bring in business, as you can hear calling for these handmade trinkets or jewelry in these small stalls, and other ones just seem to have little gems on strings, basically calling them like necklaces and stuff like that. Others are saying that they have amulets from different religions that you can take, or that you can buy, stuff like that. Little baubles, and some are food and others aren't, and some are sweets, and some are just little rocks, like little fancy rocks, like little geodes almost.
Can I throw them?
My pity. Stoker.
So
Okay. I'm gonna lean my head down on Rovan's head. I wonder how much trouble they got into this time. And so I'm gonna walk back towards the carriage to see if I can see them maybe outside. If not, I'm gonna look inside the window. I don't want to go.
well,
Because if there's a carriage and guards, I want nothing to do with that, if at all possible.
well, the two guards outside are caring for the horses that are left outside that aren't connected to the carriage. The driver has finished caring for the horses and is now cleaning them with a brush. He's brushing them, really. He's not really cleaning them in the middle of the streets, but he is taking care of them while they wait. And it seems like they're taking up most of the space in front of this pet shop, though it does seem that people are avoiding the carriage itself as well as the guard, but there are a few people still inside. There is a family that comes out with a small Doberman puppy.
Oh, they got the child to do it.
And other than that, it doesn't seem that anybody's left inside, as when the family steps out, you notice they quickly grab the child, pick him up, and speed walk away from the shop and away from the carriage.
Wow, you guys really are afraid of them. Can I see through the windows or anything?
Through the windows, you can see that there is more shop inside, but it doesn't seem that it's very easy to see inside. It does look like there is more inside.
I look around to see if I see anybody outside, because I don't want to go in.
At this point, Dwindle could be walking out with his ram if he were to decide to leave the other two behind.
He has. He's happy with purchase.
Okay. Then you notice...
they left.
Yeah, then you notice Dwindle kind of wandering outside on a now saddled and tagged ram that he sits upon.
I just run up to Dwindle, jump off of Rovan, and get right in the ram's face going, "Oh my god, you're so cute!"
That is a bad move. Oh dear.
As you do, the ram slobbers everywhere. Like, it is, like, flinging it from the jowls.
Yeah, so you're so cute.
And it starts to eat your hair.
Spit it out, spit. I shall name you Spit.
Spit the rail.
Roll an animal handling check for me.
Oh dear God, that's a fail. Wait, me or Dwindle?
Dwindle, he's the one
Oh.
telling him to spit you out.
Spit me out. Spit my hair out.
Yeah.
Set to 10 with a +4.
A +4, so 14 total?
No.
Oh, with the +4, it's 10.
My friend.
The ram continues to eat the hair.
Oh, I know that's such good hair. I know. Wait, is he eating my braids or my blonde hair? Probably my blonde hair because it probably looks like hay.
Yes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
He is eating
And be
anything
like,
he can get a hold of.
And be like, can't really get my hair off. This kind of hurts.
After
And then I'm
taking,
gonna-
Try again.
after taking
Yeah,
a
no.
mouthful, it very much just lets you go as it's now just chewing on a small bundle of hair.
22. He's just gonna take the hair out of his mouth, put it back on top.
It lets
You
you.
needed a haircut anyway.
It lets you. The question is, does Odile? But
I'm giving you a death glare.
He just looks out. I have to trade it still.
I see that, but that's fine. And I just get the globber hair off my head. And I go, what? You really bought this?
I'm from the frick. It's hard. I'm part of the what is it? Regiment? Frick. You made me lose it. Raging Boar Brigade. There it is. I'm part of the Raging Boar Brigade. We ride rams, mostly bows, but they didn't have any bows, so this will have to do for now.
Oh, we have another animal in this. I look over at Robot, and he's just like,
oh,
why is Mom giving love to another animal?
yes. Speaking of James, remember to add the animal to your sheet.
Mm-hmm. And he's going to go to a blacksmith.
I jump on Rovan and I follow. And I go, were the girls with you?
I don't know where they went.
Mm.
I just
I don't
did a
know
ram
either.
and they just disappeared.
They do that a lot. Where are we going?
I'm going to Smith to make armor.
Oh, I know where Smith.
Oh, take me.
Yeah, let's go. Switch. Give me a second. I'm looking at my notes. Because there's two.
Well, while y'all figure that out, I've got to use the bathroom. So we're going to take a bathroom break.
Yay.
Okay. So.
Inventory features
Naughty.
X.
So. You all can discuss amongst yourselves.
Checking my notes.
Oh, I just took a look at the new extras. They actually give multiple names for what you can get. There's the vehicles options as well, and the one that is quite surprising, sidekick.
I think
Sidekick. In
you can do
extras.
side what?
Yeah, I'm looking here. You can have a sidekick.
Huh.
I'm like, okay. Infusion.
So,
Imagine. Oh, sweet! They have a little spot for your familiars now. That's nice.
Question. Do you want to go to one that does armor and weapons, or you want to go to one that's just armor?
I'm just going to a smith. I don't care where it is. I'm making it myself.
Okay.
Yeah, the
To
thing has...
Jericho we go. We're going to Jericho.
Want a ram?
Oh, he might not like the ram. We'll find out when we get there.
I might need to ask Lance for the creature sheet. Because I really hope I didn't just buy a mountain goat. I want a ram.
Bless you.
Bless yeah.
Oh, you'll probably actually like that job.
I need to ask him if it's a mountain goat or a giant goat. The difference? Not that much.
I was trying to be serious today. Tried to put on a serious face. It did not work. Technically, I was very serious.
They gave the AC, the 8 hit points, and the speed in this challenge rating. What about the its actions? Hmm?
Oh, that looks awful when I look on screen. Oh, she's cross-eyed.
That looks awful. I'm like, whoa, okay, that looks awesome.
She mad cross-eyed. I can't tell when it's on the thing, so it comes out wonky to my eye.
I think it's not very good.
Oh no. I have to redraw my bow.
Sorry, saying about the price. 4 gold for 1 goat. Depending on the goat, I can buy 10 goats.
Yo, we can get like a carriage and stuff, and we can have the goats carry us all around.
No, I'm thinking,
Or like a brigade of rams. I love that.
well, once we go to the, Flamin' Broth, yeah, you'll see the, the brigade. There's
I
no
love
one seeing
that.
it, though.
Oh, Will, in case it comes up, Nyla locked the door behind her.
Okay.
I forgot to mention that.
Yeah.
Which, goat, Lance, do we go for giant goat or mountain goat?
I think mountain goat works.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm just gonna add giant goat to see if it changes anything. Because it looks like an actual mountain goat, not a ram.
So. everybody good?
Mhm.
We sure nobody else has to go to the bathroom or anything like that, or looks to give?
Oh, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm good. Thanks. Thanks.
2 minutes later. Oh, actually, I do.
So, anything different about this scene, or we'll work on that later, I guess. Because I don't think we're gonna go into combat. Hopefully.
It'll be
I hope not.
fine.
I mean, the other two might.
Hmm.
I think Nylon's safe for now.
Now.
For now.
I am taking Dwindle over to Jericho.
Little guppy boy.
Yeah, little goblin boy.
Okay. Well, you make your way to Jericho, and once reaching Jericho, you notice that he is still working, still smithing, still by himself, though he does seem to be working on a different project now. So, Dwindle, as you approach, you notice a smith, small in stature, deep, dark, almost like swamp moss green in skin, and with long, pointed ears.
Is that the goblin?
Yes.
I asked you. Didn't you?
Mmm.
The small goblin is working on what is that?
I mean, if you want me to take you to the other one, I will.
What?
No, I'm just trying to think if... Are goblins kill on sight in flaming broth?
Well, the ones you all run into are also feral. You understand the difference between a feral goblin and any other goblin.
Yeah, no, he's killed
There's a big
hundreds
difference.
of them suckers.
Yeah, there's a very big difference in a feral goblin and the sentient goblins. The feral goblins are kind of like the Underdark version of Drow, where it's very, very conceited. Basically, they're very much like animalistic. They're much, for lack of better term, they're literally feral. Sentient goblins have been known to be found, and funny enough, feral goblins that run into them do end up usually killing them or hunting them. So, feral goblins are much different than normal goblins. Normal goblins, or sentient goblins, are much like Jericho. The idea that they have the ability to think, they do their own things, they like this, they forge, they practice skills, they live here on the surface. Then you've got the feral goblins, the ones that have been known to raid villages, cities, live underground, that kind of thing. They all have the same kind of aggressive temperament if you kind of attack them or approach them in a certain way, but feral goblins are the ones that will... Think of it as this. Feral goblins are the ones that act on the intrusive thoughts. Sentient goblins are the ones that think them, but won't act on them. Whereas the
Over the
His face.
goblin.
where
Huh?
the where the intrusive thought is kill.
Yeah, that's what's running
I
for his
should
mind.
just-
He's just. Not to mention he's on this ram. He's just like.
But he does seem to be working on a different project than what you had seen him working on last. You actually notice the blade he was working on is now cooling and is set somewhere, kind of off to the side for him to work on.
Yes.
However, on this, he seems to be working on some sort of piece of armor. Which,
Does the craft look good, or does it just look like fill up the armory for purchases?
the armor,
No, that's the other one.
yeah, the armor
Mm.
itself, this armor seems like it's been custom fitted. It doesn't look like he has any other armor up for sale. However, he does have weaponry up. The armor he does have up is very few and in between, and it looks specifically to almost like edit slightly rather than make as a like constant just keeping 5 or 6 up of each type.
Yeah.
So.
I miss my forge.
I jump off of Rogon and send him across the way a little bit because I remember what Jericho said about him. And I go up to Jericho and go, "Hey, what you doing? Miss me?"
Kind of stops.
You know, Stone had the same reaction to me.
Well, I don't remember the voice I gave him, which
You
sucks.
gave him like a high pitch, almost
It's a
squeaky
goblin.
voice. Yeah.
Pink goblin. I've had two goblin. The goblin.
I mean, me and him got along pretty well, so he really liked the fact that I asked his name and everything.
Well,
He's a sweet
Yeah.
boy.
Mm-hmm.
He's a sweet boy.
well. It's nice to see you again, I suppose.
That's it right there.
So, my companion here needs a forge. Can you use it?
Jericho and Dwindle have that anime moment where they just kind of lock eyes and there's that bolt of lightning between the two. They just kind of
They-
stare.
I just look back and forth at them. Am I missing something here? Or...
Man, I didn't know you were taking me to a goblin.
Hey, you just said you needed somewhere to make armor for yourself.
I want his beard.
Yeah,
I can't
I
grow
know
one.
you do.
Everybody wants a beard. Can't have his, though. I look back at Dwindle. Are you gonna be nice and come down and introduce yourself, or are you gonna just stay on spit all day?
I want his beard.
Jericho, you're not getting his beard. He will cut your hand off before you even try. Now,
I'm not trying to skin it from him. I just want one. I can't grow one.
I don't blame you.
Just walks down, opens up a pack. Gives him half a vial. From the looks of it, it's some black and icky slosh.
I just look at the vial.
Beard oil. Maybe it'd help.
He reaches forward and takes the vial. Do I drink it?
No. Well, it's not recommended. The effects are quite extreme. And the one lad. Just rub it. If there's any hope of you getting a beard, that might be it right there. Or magic.
Roll a persuasion check, Dwindle. At advantage. For no other reason than this goblin really wants a fucking beard. And he is hoping that what you're telling is the truth.
He is. It's an 11. Yeah, that's coming from Dwindle with
The
a plus
DC
0.
was a 6, so I mean... The goblin stares at Dwindle for a moment, then immediately pops the cork out, puts it all on his palm, and just spreads it across his entire chin. And now he's just dripping.
Like, kind of takes a step back. We should really check back in the morning.
Yes, but you said you wanted to forge now.
I need a forge to work for... What time is it?
Late afternoon.
Probably till morning.
He's probably not going to let you stay here all night. You mind if we come back in the morning, Jericho?
If the beard starts, you can stay as long as you like.
I make no promises, but that's your best bet. By the way, this is just nothing magical. It's just actual beard oil from Flame Broth. So it may work, it may not work, but heck, if anybody knows about beards, it's a dwarf.
Well,
I hope it does work. At least give him a little stubble. So...
well,
I'm so excited.
he looks hopeful, at the very least. He's still dripping, but he stands there with his hands now on his hips, and he just kind of looks at both of you. So,
You want steel?
Steel.
I'll make it myself. Pets the ram. I got some armor to make.
For the mount?
Mm-hmm. It's a process. I'm not making the entire thing today or tonight.
Okay. Well, 2 gold per hour.
Fair. I get all gold back if your beard grows.
Roll a persuasion check.
That's as good as I'm gonna get. That's a 15. Just straight.
I'll give you half of all of the gold if I get started. If it gets started, I will give you half your gold.
Oh, I could do that. Then I will do
'Cause
3 hours.
I still gotta make gold here. I still gotta make a profit. So.
True. So, how much? I am gonna go broke on this. So, how? Actually, 2 hours, how much gold will how much gold would how much per pound for steel?
Oh,
Not iron, but steel.
that's a good question.
So trying to think on how much steel I'm gonna need for this goat. He's not making a full set because that takes a lot more gold and a lot more steel and time, specifically downtime, but is this gonna raise the AC by 1 or 2 to hopefully help? An 11 AC.
So, said steel.
Yep.
Let's see. Here it is. Steel, 4 gold pieces
For a pound.
for a pound. Which is actually pretty good compared to the rest of these prices.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially adamantine. I think it's like 300.
Adamantine is 5,000 gold per pound.
Yeah, it's not cheap.
5,000 gold per pound of just workable adamantine.
The hard part's not the price. It's getting it.
A pound of adamantine is something.
It's worth. Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. It's amazing. And then there's mithril. Oh, mithril.
Pretty sure mithril is actually cheaper. Yeah,
No,
25.
mithril is cheaper. Yeah, it's a lot cheaper.
2,500. But nonetheless,
It's known as King's armor for a reason.
Yep.
And the Drow Society uses it. It's all they use is adamantine. They don't use other stuff. All their swords, all their daggers, is just straight adamantine.
yep,
And then there's enchanting adamantine.
oh yeah, they love their enchanting and magic. But nonetheless, it's 4 gold pieces per pound of steel. Ah, the inside of my nose itches.
So 1 hour, 1 pound. He's just gonna start working on just getting the base of it started.
Okay. I'm going to say roll a smithing check for me.
17, 18. 17, 18, I think. Or is that a 19?
I don't know, it's your sheet. You tell me.
Shika, 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 shika.
That is 4, 7. Yeah, it's 19.
Awesome. So I will say, in the hour, it's going to take you an hour, by the way, to even get the base done. But, Oda, what are you doing for this hour? You just talking to Jericho?
Yeah, once they're done, I'm gonna be like, hey, I have this idea. You wanna maybe do this with me?
Okay, and what would that be?
I wanna make stone a leg and a crutch.
Okay.
And I go, Give me a piece of paper and pen. I can draw this all out for you.
Okay. That's not even really going to require a persuasion check. He's not faithless. He doesn't see it working out well, but he's curious.
As long as you pass me a paper and a pen,
Yeah.
I draw it all out, including measurements, how the mechanics are going to work on the leg and everything, and then how the crutch is going to work.
I will say, for all of that, roll an intelligence check.
Sort of +6.
And then you can add your proficiency bonus.
That's a 10.
It'll take you some time to get the blueprints down due to the fact that, though you have the idea, taking the measurements down based off of memory alone and based off of your own height standing in front of him is interesting to say the least, but you are getting help kind of figuring it out the rest of the way from Jericho, so it makes it a little smoother in the work, but it's going to take some time. So, while you two are smithing and writing down blueprints, Nyla, you found an underground keep of very dangerous creatures, and more as you walk deeper in, if you plan on walking deeper in.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I want to see all of it.
Well, if you're walking the entire room...
Yes.
Interesting. Going through, you see creatures of all kinds. Some that are said to be myths, even. As you notice one creature, it almost looked like the owlbear that you had fought previously. However, its body is elongated, and its neck longer, and on its face a perfect barn owl kind of face, where its long arms actually turn into wings, and you can see its long, straggly legs are taloned like an owl's. A kith. Many believe these to be myths due to the fact that it also has antlers, and it looks like a elongated owl that's twice the size, if not 3 times the size of a normal human. These creatures aren't exactly aggressive, but they're not kind either. Stepping into one's territory has led many to be maimed or even killed. Then there's the idea of the rest of the creatures. See, the rest of these creatures, you also have what appear to be almost... You've got large dog-sized 4-legged reptiles with long tails. They look almost like scaled dogs until you look at the face, and then it looks more like a lizard. Drakes. Only one is kept in a display case. This display case extremely thick, and you can see magic all over it without even having to do an arcane check or an arcana check. It is covered. This drake,
Guard Drake? Or Drake?
guard drake.
Oh.
This guard drake, white scaled, likely taken from the environment to the north. This creature, when it sees you get close, jumps at the glass. And you can see the massive claws at the bottom of its feet. This large reptile seems to be extremely aggressive. Looking around still, these creatures, it's only more and more these strange creatures plucked from the environment or plucked from places that no man should probably be. And at the very back, you notice on a pedestal and sealed behind the thickest set of bars you've probably ever seen from any jail cell, any separation or any separational wall on a noble's home, any gate even on a city. Behind these metal bars, you see a large egg floating atop this pedestal, and in between the pedestal and where the guard bars are is a pit of fire. This egg covered in red scales.
I want to steal it.
The egg itself is easily about 3 feet tall, and wide it's about 3 feet. 3 to 4 feet tall, about 3 feet wide. And it seems to be the main centerpiece.
Do we smash it? Or do we sell it? I can't tell.
I want to steal it, but I really, really want to at least touch it.
The bars in thickness are about half your arm. The fire pit, there's another probably about 4 to 5 feet in between the bars and the pedestal.
This is some... Oh dear.
Is there any like gate or door into it?
Is that any gate or door?
Yes.
No. Seems that the fence itself just wraps around this portion, and it goes all the way to the ceiling. These bars literally go to the ceiling and connect to the ceiling. However, they have to get in somehow.
Yes. Is there like a trapdoor? You can walk like all the way around the outside.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. I'm gonna do like a lap and just like the thing.
Okay.
See if any...
Feel free to roll an investigation for me. As you search what these walls have.
I got a total of 6. I'm not butting out anything.
Nope. It seems that the bars themselves are all there is. There's no door, no gates, no keyhole, nothing.
Are there any like other doors in the room in general, not necessarily to the cage, but other than the door I came through?
It doesn't look like there are. It seems the only doorway was connected to the staircase that leads upstairs.
Like besides the one that I came through, or is it just the ones that I came through?
The one that you came through seems to be the only door. However, there are a few spaces in the wall between the display cases that look like it could house a door, though there are no apparent doors.
I want to keep looking around the room, look at the spaces, see if
Okay.
there's anything else to see. I'm gonna get myself killed. Feel it.
Well,
If you can.
as you look around the room, I would say roll an investigation check.
Okay, I got an 18 on that one.
Okay. Well, as you search the room, searching for other entrances, searching for what else the room may have, you find a slew of other creatures. Some hostile, some not, all in their own display areas or cases, and very much protected. Or, in this case, you're very protected from them. There's actually a few creatures that seem docile? Question mark? Such as one, a creature with black fur, a set of tentacles coming from its shoulder plates, and a panther's body. It stares at you, and as you stare at it, it starts to vibrate almost, back and forth, and then it turns into three that go back and forth. And as you get closer, it kind of hisses at you, and you can see the large panther fangs. But next to that, there's a space in the stone, or in the display cases, in between the display cases, where it's a stone wall like the rest. On this stone wall, upon closer inspection, you notice a small rune on one of the stones. As you press it, if you choose to,
Yeah.
you push on the plate, and it sinks into the wall. As you do, a line in a rectangle around you in this wall appears before the wall then sinks in and goes up, and you find a hallway.
Cool. Let's explore it.
Following this hall, you follow it, and you follow it, until you get to what appears to be a dead end. However, you see a very similar rune on this wall. I assume you press it as well?
Yes.
You press the rune, it sinks in once again, but then the wall comes towards you and up into the ceiling. And you notice on the other side, as you poke your head out, you're now in a sewer. It seems to be an exit.
Mm.
Looking either way,
Okay,
you notice
good.
that to your right, there's a four-way intersection. To your left is a long tunnel that leads to a darkness as your dark vision kind of blots out after a while. But you hear the water and you can smell the sewage as it flows. These pathways seem to be rather large, but It seems that this is either a secret entrance or some sort of emergency exit of some kind. However, it is connected to the underside of the city.
Interesting. May as well keep following it.
As you step back out, or step out into the sewage, or into the sewer, the door seals back, and where there was a line, it magically hides itself once again. As if nothing was there. Nothing happened. And you are now in the rank sewer system of Crestia.
Turn left and just start walking. See where it takes me.
And how long are you willing to walk?
Just sort of start and see where it takes me.
Okay. Well, that will take some time. So, while you walk, we have someone upstairs.
Huh.
One moment we've been waiting for.
This is
Thank
my
you.
So, May, you find
Hi.
yourself in a room with 4 people. 2 guards, a young man that you and Dwindle had heard from, well, you had heard from Nyla. And this older gentleman, now on the floor, kneeling, because the guards had tossed you in. I assume you stand up, or you continue to
Yeah.
wall.
Yeah, I'll stand up.
Okay. Well, while waiting, and it seems that the young man was waiting mostly for you to finish, he then looks to you as you stand. So, you followed us. Why?
I followed you.
What?
I came in here to get a cat, and I had to use the restroom really bad because we were in the tavern earlier. That tiefling. He really gets you going. He really wants you to party. Lots of mead later, decided it was a great idea to get a cat. I'm here. I had to pee. I just opened one of the doors. Here you guys are. I closed it immediately. I don't want any of your business. I don't know what you guys are doing. I just needed to go pee. They followed me, took out their swords, scared me to death. I told them I just had to use the restroom, and then they picked me up, and I couldn't help it. I had to go.
You talk a lot.
I get that a lot.
Well, what you have stumbled into is a bit above a cat.
Oh, are those like the really big ones with the big fluffy tail? Oh, I love those. Can I leave now, or is this what am I here for?
That's a good question. One I'm asking myself. What are you here for?
Told you.
Yes, the bathroom. Though,
Do you think I'd embarrass myself like that? Not really. I've got pretty big moral. And oh my god, if my mama could see me now.
well,
Whew.
Whatever you may say. You stumbled in here. So, I'm going to ask you a very simple question. How much did you hear?
I did not hear anything. I closed the door immediately and went to go find the bathroom. It was kind of a rushed process. You guys sell bigger cats? You're talking about something bigger.
He then kind of looks off to the side, up towards the ceiling, circles his eyes, then looks back to you. We do. Would you like to meet them?
Kinda, yeah.
Wonderful.
I don't know
So
if I'd
just
have
looking
enough
for
gold
fools.
though, and she's gonna like fumble in her side bag.
Wonderful.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
He then stands, and as he stands, he then places his hands behind his back. Don't worry. You can meet them.
Clean.
And you feel a very hard thwack on the back of your neck.
Ah, sweet Jesus.
Oh, no.
So,
It was nice knowing you.
Maybe. We have a target.
you awaken as you're being dragged. You can hear the sound of your shins scraping against stone, sliding, before you feel everything suddenly become very light as you are thrown. You then hear the sound of a gate being shut. As you start to come to and you recollect yourself mentally, your head is pounding, first off. Secondly, you look around and you find yourself in a cage, a cell. You look ahead and you see a hall, and standing there on the other side of this cell is the young man. The young man staring at you. The guard standing with him then nods and walks past him down the hall. You see one other cell, the cell behind him. It seems empty. He looks to you. So, you wish to meet the big cats. I will show you the big cats. However, sadly, I cannot take any chances, as right now, you have found yourself in the middle of something much bigger than yourself. And in all honesty, whether you heard more than you put on or not, I would rather not allow the possibility. So, for now, you can sit here in this cell until it is time for you to meet the big cats. When that time comes, I hope that you know that they love playmates. So,
I don't want to meet the big cats no more.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Can I at least get a change of clothes, please?
I will
I had
bring
a
you a
copy
change of
every time
clothes.
this happened.
However, as you look around, you notice you have nothing but the clothes on your back now. They have cleared you of everything. And the young man then nods as he looks at the bars kind of side to side, and he looks to you and he goes, well, I wonder if that bathroom visit was worth it.
It kind of was.
Good. So, I will be back at some point. Do rest easy for now. And to let you know, I apologize for accusing you of following us. It seems that someone else had, and my guards were simply telling me that you were not the person that we had thought of. Though, it appears that you were with her. So,
Not in charge of her. She's crazy.
well, crazy or not, it seems that you have taken the fall for her. So, I will be back sometime in the future. Have a good evening. And he turns and starts walking down the hall with a click of his well-dressed shoes, boots.
Yeah, you click those booties.
You are left to yourself in a cell in the dark.
You don't even know I'm gone.
No, we don't. We don't.
I'm gonna have to fight a big cat
And
as my monster form.
Yeah.
Then you might be. I don't know. It's a worse fate then.
and with that, it is 9:30. So, I feel as though everybody had a bit of interesting situations happen or go on, and I believe everybody was able to add to their own little story in Crestia. Some finding that theirs may be ending soon. But,
I've-
nonetheless,
Character.
don't worry. But, you won't have to worry about that for right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, each of you were able to add to your own story for now. And we have somewhere to pick up next week if we are able to play, as life does get in the way sometimes. But nonetheless, this session, I hope everybody enjoyed. And I hope that everybody enjoyed their first session back as of 2 weeks. And, let's hope that, May isn't fed to the cats. With Dwindle working on armor for his battle ram, Odile working on blueprints for a newfound acquaintance and begrudging friend, Nyla finding what seems to be a very interesting animal shop underneath the animal shop. More like a beast shop. And with May finding herself in a cell. We're going to call the session there. as the journey of Grandiasha begins again after its hiatus. I hope all of you enjoyed. I hope everybody enjoyed coming along for the ride. I want to hear everybody's thoughts after 2 weeks of hiatus. I want to know how
Feels
everybody's
like
feeling.
Felt like longer. Good to be back.
It felt like an eternity.
Did. Definitely romance.
We got a noble to kill. Or not really kill, but we'll find out.
Who knows?
Loot to be made. Monster to possibly release into the world.
I haven't
Oh.
released one yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
So what do you think it is, James? The egg.
I don't need a think. I know
No?
exactly what
No?
that is.
What is that?
Yeah.
3 foot in size, in height alone, so it's like this big by itself. And wide. What else can it be?
Dragon egg.
It's a red dragon egg. I bet money on it.
Save with our toothball companions.
Well, now that we know there's a way out to smuggle it out.
We don't know that. Nyla does.
Yeah.
Yes.
Eventually
Yeah,
we.
do it, though.
At
Yeah.
the same time, I don't think it's wise. That thing's worth $1 million gold, roughly.
Let's just hide the thing.
You must be better to smash it. But
If you could.
the short-lived races don't really see it as too big as a problem. Dwendal and the elves, probably gonna see it come to fruition.
Boy. We'll be out of Crestia by then, I think. I hope.
The burden of being long age sometimes there's multiple downfalls.
Yep.
What's the lifespan of a half elf?
What was that? What was that?
The lifespan of a half-elf is the equivalent of a dwarf's most of the time, about 300 to 350 years. Half-elves are human enough to where their longevity doesn't reach the normal elven lifespan of upwards of 1,000+ years, but they still have elven blood in them, so it can be on anywhere from 300 to 500 years, depending on what they do.
So kind of averages between the
By
two.
the way, those are averages. Some dwarves have gone up to like ancient. It's ridiculous. But we're kind of
And magic is one hell of a drug.
I got plenty of it.
Late game magic is insane.
terrifying. It's called world altering. Altering.
There you go.
I have a hard time with those words.
You're good.
Ralph doesn't like Sam.
But yeah,
I
It's,
knew speech impediment.
it's very
Ooh.
interesting. And on top of that, elves especially can see the downfall of civilizations. They can
yeah,
see the
especially
start
me.
of civilizations. Dwarves can do the same, but on a smaller scale, usually. Sometimes.
Yeah,
But-
they get 400, 500 years average, roughly, unless they change things. Elves are like 150, but I need to recheck. It's been a while. They live a long time. That's what matters.
Elves,
It's still like a human age. But...
yep. Elven nature, their gestation period is 30 years on average. Their birth rate is incredibly low. They live upwards of 1,000 to 1,500 years. And then dwarves are just as bad because lore-wise, they have so much testosterone that the females will grow full beards like the males, and the birth rate of dwarves is so low that more dwarves die than are born in most of their civilizations on average, just from old age. And then from there, the longest living races, I would say, are the elves. Sun elves specifically, because they live the longest due to the elven pantheon with their most well-known god, the leader of the pantheon. I cannot remember his name to save my life, because I never can.
Don't.
Elves have like 7 syllables in their name, first name alone. But
No, I can't help with that.
yeah, half elves, because of the elven nature, can live between 300 and like 600 years old, depending on how they live their life. It's just like how dwarves can live from 300 to 600 years old. Some live longer based on what they do with their life. I think Goliath's...
Morden calls though, and that's
Yeah.
that when they know for a fact, like they know for a fact there's an afterlife. They know,
Mm.
and it's like I'm tired of this old body. I want to go.
Yeah.
I want to be in this halls.
Yeah, it's like Norse paganism.
Mm.
It's really interesting. But I think the shortest lifespan, technically speaking, is Kenku. Because Kenku live only like double digits of life in the teens. They usually live at longest like 30 to 40 years. Now, keep in mind though...
Aarakocra has the shortest.
Well, Aarakocra and Kenku share the same lifespan. But Kenku are usually more likely to die early because of the fact that they're very small. And they've been
Can't
cursed
fly
by
away either.
Yeah, they're very cursed by their own god. And then, on top of that, in all honesty, based off of percentage of life lived, I feel Goliaths are the shortest lifespan. Because whereas a Goliath might live technically upwards of like a human's lifespan of 80 years to 100 years, they literally are like, I don't feel like dying an old man. I want to go hit something. If it hits me back harder, then that's just a win in my book.
Yeah, that's it. Really, warrior races are just
It's insane.
they're the best. They're the best.
Insane. Oh, I can't wait to play the albino half-orc. She's so much fun.
By the way, I'm going to be putting on the space campaign on hold. I just don't have motivation for it.
That's fine. Burnout happens.
But I do have an Ice Tail instead. Icewind Dale. Which would be fun instead.
Yeah.
So, you heard first here. James might be doing an Icewind Dale campaign for I assume for the group.
Yeah.
So that'll be fun.
Ooh.
Then we've got...
It's going to be very cold.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm going to make it realistic because I live up here in the cold.
Aurora is an interesting goddess. She is so much fun. Is that her name?
She's mean. She's
pretty sure
so
that's
mean.
Well, the reason for her being so mean is the lore behind her, but that also spoils stuff in Icewind Dale, so I'm not going to do that.
Ooh.
She's got a very interesting but sad lore.
Battle between goddesses is an vile thing.
Well, it's not even just that. She She comes from basically like a romance novel that just didn't follow the normal following of a romance novel.
Yeah. Well, her lore is awesome. Her lore is awesome.
It
It's
really
sad.
is. It's really sad, but it's also got good storytelling because I feel like Wizards of the Coast do really well in their goddesses and pantheon lore, but they don't actually do well in other lores that they put on there, like how owlbears were originally like a manifestation of a wizard, and then it swapped to they just naturally occur in the wild, and then it swapped to something like some maniac was just like, what if I cross them? So it was very interesting, but nonetheless, getting off topic, and we're kind of going through a bunch of stuff. The ADHD kicked in, and I saw a sparkly.
All our ADHD kicked in. Don't lie.
But
Just subject talk. Go.
exactly. But nonetheless, thank you all for joining us on this week back. Thank you all for playing, of course. This was amazing, and y'all have done some things I did not fucking expect and have never seen in any campaign I've played in. So that was interesting.
I have goat now.
One of you has a cavalier mount, so that's interesting. Have fun keeping it alive.
It's gonna die.
Well,
It's gonna
D&D
die.
Beyond does the sidekick thing, so I mean, it levels.
Yes.
Worst comes to worst, it'll taste good.
It tastes. Why do you? It gets the long campaigns of Flamin' Broth are hard. Why do you think we do rams and boars?
Makes sense.
We are hungry. Okay. Who's mount? Okay. Lots in. Draws the shortest straw. Oh. I'm sorry, Glum. It's been nice.
Oh, that's awful.
Oh no.
We're dwarves. We outlived the mounts.
Oh boy.
10-1 at least. So it's just you're getting up there anyways. Just. It was delicious.
It's fine wine.
Oh boy. Well, with that, I'm glad that all of our players enjoyed, and I hope that all of you will join us next time when we play. This was fun. This was a longer stream as well, at 4.5 hours. So I kind of added an extra hour onto what we normally do, time-wise. So thank you all for being able to stay, and like I said, thank you to everybody who joined in. We hope you enjoyed, and remember, follow the fireflies. You never know what kind of stories they may have for you. You all have a good evening, and may Wispy bounce your D20 around for you.